And for YouTube, we will go over the plans for the day, and just for everyone just now getting here too. All right, so we are live on YouTube. Let me switch this. Oh, shit. Wrong thing. I actually had the right input going, didn't I? I totally did. Need to switch this one. Alrighty. So yeah, we're going to be doing our fantasy football draft tonight. So we're going to be ending this stream in about 5 hours. So we got plenty of time. Let me get my chat in the right place. So then, yeah, our plan for today. We got the basics of the admin portal working. We're even able to impersonate a team so that we can see what they are seeing, and we can even, like, modify things as we need to. That ended up being way easier than we thought because of how we set up our permission system to begin with, which is awesome. Now, we need to get the functionality working where I can assign a paid tier to various users. Right? So, like, Unplug deserves the enterprise tier forever for all the awesome, like, QA he's been doing. I need to be able to do it for my own account. I need to do it for Get Kraken. So that's the main gist there. So we need to figure out how to assign subscriptions without someone having to pay for them. Let's figure out how to do that. And yeah, I'm going to be asking periodically today because we need at least one more person for our fantasy football league. We don't have to have them, but it prevents people from having like too many bye weeks. So if anyone out here plays fantasy football and would like to join, just let me know. So this is the admin portal that we're seeing at the moment. So we can see all of the teams that are in currently the local dev. You can see how many users are associated with them. And the fact that we have no users here, we should probably be able to clean that up, because why would we keep teams around that don't have any actual users? So I'm going to go impersonate this team. And I'm going to delete it just to see if that works. Boom. And that switched back to our account. Awesome. So if I go back to admin portal, yep, one of the zeros is gone. And we'll do the same thing with this one. All right. So yeah, this is already feeling pretty good. Yeah, this is cool. I'm stoked on it. I haven't built a good user impersonation or like team impersonation feature in a long time. So yeah, I'm trying to think if ever. And it just fell into place. It's just awesome. And what's up, Jai? How you doing? So yeah, no fantasy football takers yet. That's fine. Just had to ask. This even goes for YouTube. If you want to join our fantasy football league, totally free to enter, but the winner gets $100 from me. I just feel like, adds a little incentive to keep people interested. $100 isn't a whole bunch, but it's a couple meals on me, right? Like nice meals, like going out to eat meals. It's like I took you out to dinner, bought you a nice seafood dinner, and then never called you again. Waiting for someone to complete the quote. Nobody? All right, I'll complete it. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. A saint. All right, so the feature we want to work on now, right? We've got this little thing, manage billing. That doesn't do anything. What I want to do is if the keyboard were wired up to the right computer, you would have had it. Got it. I get it there. Yep, you got the toggle of where your input goes. I get it. I get it. I didn't give you enough time. So yeah, thinking more about this feature specifically. We want to pop up a modal, allow us to select their thing. Right, because you can just like you can switch the Bluetooth on it like really easy with like one key press. So you're not even going through like a hardware switch. You're just doing like the Bluetooth toggle, and that's awesome. Yeah, that's super cool. I don't use Bluetooth myself, but I should. Yeah, that's a major feature. Hardwired for the gaming rig for latency. Yep. So you use your Digma for gaming too? Okay. Yeah, I feel like you've said that, and it took some getting used to, right? Like you kept hitting the grenade key when you didn't mean to. I remember that part at least. I just couldn't remember the fantasy football. Okay. Yeah, yeah, you like shifted from WASD to like ESDF as well, right? Yep. Yeah, that's like a power move. I don't know anyone who's like that into gaming that like they've gone that step. That's kind of genius. I could see it being really good for World of Warcraft. Just having extra stuff you can hit with your pinky. Right? Like games where you have just like way too many spells. Games that necessitate one of those mice with like the 9 things on the side, like so you got way too many like left thumb buttons. Oh, okay. Got it, because you're used to like wider like tab and shift and all that, right? So then it's just like shifted over. Yeah, no, that's smart too. I get that. You just can't look at the keys. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And hold on. I mentioned that I was going to accept a booze LinkedIn invite. Let me just do that real quick before I forget. Oh, hell yeah. So yeah, hell yeah, boo. Now it's official. Now we're actually friends. Hold on, I just got a message on LinkedIn. We recently came across your profile and would like to invite you to apply for the inclusion in the 2025 edition of Who's Who in America. There is a no cost or obligation to be included in Who's Who in America. This is an invitation-only opportunity, and inclusion is contingent upon verification and acceptance by the Marquee Submissions Department. Marquee has been publishing the biographies of the world's most influential professionals since 1898. Inclusion is considered by many to be the pinnacle of success. I've never even heard of it. Right? The pinnacle of success? Well, I guess I never wanted to be successful, huh? Shit. Shit. Chaotic. Well, I get recruitment messages from the Postal Service. I could be a government agent. Touche, touche. I might still take them up on it. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta reach out to someone on Twitter. Hold on. All right. Anyway. Okay, so yeah. Here we are. Sorry, I get distracted easily. Especially by the fact that my beverage is empty. We gotta make sure we don't overdo it too much. Because I got actual, like, important things to do tonight. Like the fantasy football draft. But we're gonna pour another one of these. And yes, I got my massive Pendleton. I heard something that I consider really good. You know, Canada has been doing this, like, boycott of American whiskey. Pendleton is technically a Canadian whiskey, but they bottle it in Oregon, which is why I'm drinking that. Yeah, exactly, Coastman. You don't need to get some angle. You're not even competing. But you could. Right? I could pitch you like the Army Reserve. 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. That's like the functional equivalent of the time you'd have to invest. And you could use $100, couldn't you? No, no, no. I get it, man. I'm just having fun. I'm sorry. You do you. Like, don't feel pressured. I'm just having fun. Applying a little bit of pressure is one of my favorite hobbies. There you go. Touche. Touche. So hold on. How do we all feel about this company? No, no, not that. Speakeasy API or something, right? Yeah, this. Right? One free SDK, unlimited generations in one language. Because they are hiring for a role. And I had someone reach out to me. The person reaching out, I'm a big fan of, right? Only reason I'm even considering it is because of the person that reached out and let me know about it. And it does seem like they'd be okay to remote. Where's the salary? They don't list the salary. Could be cool. Like, I really love the idea of generating API documentation. I really do wonder if I'd be able to speak to a thing that costs this much fucking money for what you can really just do on your own. I mean, chaotic, that's actually standard. I've never worked at a company where I have to cover any of my medical, dental, or vision. I've never worked at a company where that comes out of my pocket. Nope. Like, that not being covered sounds like a Midwest thing. No offense. Your medical alone is 140 a paycheck. Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's borderline insane because you get paid twice a month, which means you're paying 280 a month for your medical insurance. You might as well just go through like the public marketplace for that. Dude, yeah. You should definitely be looking around. I think you're qualified. You should like the despite some of the crazy stuff, people with experience are sought after. You could get remote roles that this shit's covered, dude. Oh, wow. We haven't seen one of these spam bots on this channel in ages. Wow. I guess at only 34 viewers, which people would kill for, right? I'm okay with 34. At 34, it's within the threshold of, this guy might buy viewers. Hey, what's up, Justice? How you doing? Yeah, I get it, Jerome. It is a tricky market right now. Like you will get callbacks, but like I don't know. There's nuance to it. There's a lot of nuance to it. All right, I need to switch to water for a bit. Damn, this is beverage number 2 within 40 minutes. All right, we'll finish it, but then we're switching to water. Never got ghosted this much. Yeah, here's the big thing. Just remember that even third round interviews done and never heard back. That's the worst part. Yeah, the ghosting after like doing even a single round is super shady. Like that is super shady. Like I was gonna say, getting ghosted from just an application, that's fine. Because just think about how many automated resume deploy service, like resume submission services are out there. So you post a job to LinkedIn that allows remote, and you get thousands of applicants. Like it goes kind of crazy. All right, yeah, we're switching to water for the next half hour or so. Yeah, I might be a little shitty doing my fantasy draft. I think it'll be fine. It's just fantasy football. As long as I get a player, because I don't want to ruin it, because I know people are going to snipe me for him. As long as I get a specific player, everything else will fall into place. Everything else will be fine. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Methuselah. And I'm okay saying this these days. Sourcegraph burned me hard, man. Burned me hard. I went through like 4, maybe 5 interviews. I forget the exact number. And just ghosted for like a week and a half. I had to reach out to them to get them to respond back. Like really shady, but they have a thing in like we're a remote first company, right? Async is how we work. A week and a half of crickets is a really bad async culture. Like really bad. So yeah, dodged a bullet. And I've chatted with other people. Yeah, their CEO is actually like in the weeds committing code every day, but he's also like a my way or the highway kind of dude. So he's a bit of a dictator. So yeah, like I I don't think I would have been happy at Sourcegraph anyway, if I'm really thinking about it. Yeah, the more I've heard about that company, the less I actually am like bummed I didn't get it. But y'all remember when I was using Cody on stream? And the moment they did that ghosting bullshit, off it, boom, Super Maven. They lost out on years, like a year and a half at least, of promoting Cody just by being dicks and not actually like being async first like they claimed. And I talked to someone the day that Quinn whatever from Sourcegraph got into that like argument online on Twitter with Dax, and Dax was roasting the shit out of him. Like, oh my god, dude. It was fucking beautiful. And later that day I was at an event talking to someone who worked there, and they were like reveling in seeing the CEO get roasted. An employee of the company was reveling in their CEO getting roasted. That is really not a good company culture. It was really funny. They were reveling in that dude getting roasted. So that's kind of funny to me. All right. So I did get word back from someone. I thought they had beef with this company. It's not this company. So yeah, Speakeasy's not on my shit list at all. And the fact that they're like, you know, heads down on like making MCP work and some of that stuff is really cool too. Yeah, you know, from someone I talked to, Speakeasy is awesome. That was their direct quote. I remember they had a beef with one of these like API documentation builder companies. We're not going to talk about what other company that might be. But yeah, I don't know. It seems nice. Team on-sites and off-sites and, you know, all sorts of shit. They got roles for product engineers. That's a Go, Python, or generalist. They got developer success engineer roles, full stack, right? A lot of these seem like, you know, a few of them seem like you got to be in the office. But they got London office. So yeah, like, I don't know. Could be cool. If anyone's looking for a role, I would definitely recommend checking it out. Like, I would definitely recommend checking it out. All right. Anyway, back to actually working on our stuff. We don't need that right now. We don't need that right now. We don't need that right now. Yeah, let's clean up some of the tabs that we just don't need at the moment. All right, we'll keep the Mailinator just in case. We'll keep the R2. We'll keep Gorilla. We'll keep that. And yeah, we'll keep the... Yeah, I need to do a terms of service and privacy policy. We'll do that later. But that'll be important for production. But yeah, the feature we're working on today. And yeah, I already had a bit of the whiskey, so... We're having a good old Saturday. But yeah, so we're able to see all these things. This is our admin portal. The mechanisms and the things that we got to build. We need to do the... We need to do... the dialogue that we would see when we're trying to give someone a free license. We maybe want to consider not allowing that to happen if someone's on a paid tier already. And what up, Lolik? How you doing? And yeah, hold on. I think we had someone ask, like, what are we up to today? If you're still out there, sorry. It's like I smoke weed or something. Leon! Yeah, Leon, are you still out there? Did the project command tell you what you needed? Like, I should probably update the project command with the link to the production service. So, hold on. Let me do that. Because we didn't have it when we first created it. Let me edit my today command. Or not today, project. Oh. Well, that was wrong. All right, there we go. So now we got a proper project command. It's the same thing. We fixed the one typo that's been there forever, and now there's a link to Messijo. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we show the dialogue, but I think we want to disable it if a user has an existing proper subscription. Let's look at our recurring, like, cron job style things. Because we do have some kind of, like, scheduled jobs. We are clearing stale stripe events, clearing stale magic links, clearing stale orgs. What is delete stale orgs? So that's the soft deleted. Okay. When someone's cooking hot dogs outside. Oh, it smells good. And ooh, let me check this. Ars Technica, copy link. Yeah, no, Blue Sky's huge. Yeah, I think Blue Sky is awesome. Not gonna lie, you know, even if a coworker is watching, doesn't matter. I applied for the DevRel role at Blue Sky because I really believe in what Blue Sky is doing. Whether I get a call back or not, that's fine. Like, you know, they're probably getting a bunch of people applying and all that, and, you know, is what it is. I'm not stressed about it. If I'm not in the right place for what they need, okay, it's fine. I also think maybe my resume needs work. Because the current, like, DevRel resume I've sent out, crickets from Anthropic, currently nothing from Blue Sky either. So maybe my resume needs some work. That's on me. Right? Golden Age Twitter. I've heard multiple people say Blue Sky feels like Golden Age Twitter. And if you look at their hiring right now, Blue Sky, bsky.social. They got jobs, right? So the fact that they're looking for machine learning engineers and a senior software engineer for the machine learning platform, a business intelligence data scientist, like, this all really hints to me that they're going to figure out some kind of, like, algorithm, you know? They're gonna figure out an algorithm, and that is gonna be beneficial massively for them getting ad revenue and, like, a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, it's gonna be massively important. Massively important. Yeah, no, it's a long article. It's kind of what they do. And it's just so ad heavy. That's like the other thing that I really push back on Ars Technica about. But no, like, I fully agree. Hold on, hold on. I gotta reply to Robert Tables. We'll do this live here. Hold on. And I'm gonna have to look up some spelling. HH2G, gin and tonic. It is a curious fact, and one to which no one knows quite how much importance to attach, that something like 85% of all known worlds in the galaxy, be they primitive or highly advanced, have invented a drink called gin and tonics, gene and tonics, genondonics, and any one of 1,000 or more variations on the same phonetic theme. So, gin and tonic. It's everywhere, man. I personally don't drink them, but I get it. But yeah, anyway, just saying, if you're into data science, machine learning, etc., check out Blue Sky. If you believe in what Blue Sky is trying to do, especially, you should check it out. If you think you could be good in DevRel, go for it. Even if I don't get the job, I want someone cool to get the job. And Lightspeed, no, thank you for sharing that. That was awesome. Yeah, I think Blue Sky is a fantastic platform, and I love what they're doing with the AT protocol. Very cool stuff. You rel heavily to be dev. I get it. It's almost words. I did the bread. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And it was for the exact same role that I applied to. So yeah, like, I doubt I'd even get it, even if I got a callback. But I didn't even get a callback. And what I remember reading, hold on, sort by date. Flunking my Anthropic interview again. And yeah, it's crazy because, yeah, it was the same role I was looking for. He's already gone through an interview and failed it, you know? So they are extremely specific. So hold on. Let's collapse that. Yes, the AI companies are being incredibly selective. And it makes sense when you're offering 280K as a base to 400K for a DevRel role, you're going to get a lot of applicants. Because holy shit, that's life-changing money. Like, it's very rare for a DevRel to get that kind of software engineer, like distinguished engineer kind of salary, you know? So I get it, you know. Okay, sorry. Let me get more music going. And let's get back to what we're doing. And yeah. Yeah, to the company, the cost of a false positive is very high, right? Much higher than false negative passing on a good candidate. AI companies have a large pool of strong candidates to interview because they're in the cultural zeitgeist, right? So they're incentivized to make their interview process so hard that a poor candidate never passes. But then it becomes something a strong candidate can only pass with a bit of good luck. It's not fair, but it's a marketplace, and yeah, they hold all the cards. So yeah, if you guys are curious, this is an interesting post. Definitely worth checking out. I can allow myself another whiskey, but then, yeah, we want to probably keep ourselves to like 1 an hour. So then we'll be switching back to the water. Ooh, squeeze the lime in. Let's put the lime in the coconut. Get more water in it. And yeah, what's everyone up to on this nice, fine Saturday? And Rethos, thank you for the follow this minute. Appreciate you. How you doing? And hold on, let me do one more thing for chat here. Is get cracking hiring. Because I like to share jobs that, you know, are out there. And Get Kraken has jobs that are out there. They're looking for hybrid roles at the moment, but for a really good candidate, they will consider someone that is fully remote. So just saying, if you're a senior application engineer, it doesn't hurt to apply. They don't list the compensation, so that could be a deal breaker. But yeah, if you know anything about D3 and visualization, right, experience with Electron, just general web dev stuff, caring about accessibility and some of these things, like, yeah, this would probably be for the Get Kraken desktop team. Oh, it even says for the Get Kraken desktop team. So I'd say it's definitely worth checking out. Right? Don't let self-filtering and imposter syndrome get in the way of a great fit. Yeah, Get Kraken desktop is nice, man. I'd say give it a shot. I'm going to paste this over for YouTube too. And yeah, Hunar, Beanie Chris is back. Yeah, absolutely. It's finally like reasonable temperature here in Seattle. And yeah, I can vouch for the company. It is a really good working environment. Like, really nice. All right. Anyway, so what I'm thinking, yeah, this feature is one of the trickier ones, because let's think about how we want to assign someone a license. And yeah, we were looking through the cron jobs we have. So clearing stale orgs, syncing subscription statuses. And then this is where we do like the has more stuff. Yep. Okay. So realistically, we're just looking for subscription statuses. I almost want to start labeling what these jobs are specifically for, right? Like stale magic links makes sense, stale orgs. Stale stripe events, stale magic links. I'm okay with all that. Let me go look at my config. And here we go. Yeah. Sync subscription statuses runs at 3 a.m. every day. as long as org ID is not nil, right? We do this. This should actually eventually be maybe like a stripe thing, or not stripe, but like a sentry like event. We haven't wired up sentry yet, but we will. So we're only updating these based upon what we have set at the stripe level. So if we were to configure the subscription for the team, right? Let's look at the model for an org or a team, same thing. And basically we have Stripe customer and subscription ID, billing period, subscription status updated at, and then billing tier. What we could just do is assign a billing tier, but if we don't see a subscription ID, then we can know that this user has been assigned via the admin. And that's what I wanted to maybe like make sure of. Can we identify teams that have been granted a subscription versus ones that have paid for a subscription? And then could we surface this into the list? And I think that becomes the important bit. So I want to make sure I'm not granting someone that's already paying. And we want to like disable that. We also maybe want to identify like, or be able to sort and filter. Eventually, yes, we're going to need sorting and filtering in this list. And I think our payload sizes are not going to be big enough that it's going to matter. So we can just do client side sorting, filtering, and pagination if needed. Yeah, eventually I'm going to want to be able to search. I'm going to want to be able to like sort based on these, and then eventually like more complicated filtering. And I think the sizing of this text is off, right? So we can do that as like a base thing, right? Is it an H2 even? I don't think it's an H2. I really don't think it is. And then eventually we'll do something like this. Org dot, and we're not getting subscription ID. So yeah, the type for this is going to be very different. Because we want subscription ID to come back. And if it's nil, that's fine. But yeah, we're missing that. Okay, so we're actually selecting this at the query level, but we're not bubbling that up at the admin level. Oh, we are. Ah, but we're not bubbling it up here. And then, hold on, if we look at it, yeah, we're passing orgs directly through. In the JSON, we are passing customer ID, but not subscription ID. So the bare minimum, these two values need to make it up to our schema. All right, so ID, name inserted at users, keywords, notifications. I just want to do this and comment it, and then that and that. We're going to sort this in a better way. All right, so I need to update the SDK. When I think we have Stripe webhook bugs. Yeah, we need to look at that for production. Yep. Robert Tables replied, Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. Hold on, what did he say? He quoted the name. My stage name at my Vegas residency 2026. With how bad Vegas is doing right now, I think he's got a real chance. I think he's got a real chance. Okay. So yeah, here org dot and then that and then yep, nailed it. So then we'll just add an asterisk to the ones that don't have a thing. Ooh, but hold on. Org dot billing dot name does not equal trial. Hold on, I'm doing this part wrong. And what up, Ghost? How you doing? And this is my favorite song on this album, and possibly one of my favorite synthwave songs. That's it. No, that's not it. There we go. So yeah, we only want to do this for the ones that are past like the trial tier, because yeah, and then a star for it makes a lot of sense. But I maybe want to like label these better. I think this works for now though. Right? Hark, Precede, and Fresh are on the tiers that they're on, you know? And that's fine. Yeah, that feels right to me. Yeah. So it's not made by Shad CN. It's on top of Shad CN. So neo-brutalism, if I could spell. Neo-brutalism, and let's go to the homepage for it. It's just a set of components, and it's installed the same way Shad CN is, which means that you get the components locally that you can modify as you see fit, versus like a component library that is harder to modify, right? The magic is that Shad CN is actually really adaptable. When people say like, "Oh, I can spot a Shad CN site real easy," nah, man. What you're actually outing yourself for is like, yeah, you don't customize your Shad CN sites, and you can spot an uncustomized Shad CN site. But when you're using Shad CN, the goal should be to make your own like flavor changes to it. And there's like other frameworks on top of Shad CN that do that a little bit for you. So yeah, this stuff's awesome. And the fact that you can even configure it, right? You can go to styling here and customize it and say like, oh, do we want more border radius with, you know, shifting where the shadow sits? Sure, man. Go for it. Right? What fonts and all that stuff do you care about? I don't know, man. But you can like configure a bunch of this and even like base tiers and all sorts of stuff. It's really, really nicely done. The creator of Neo-Brutalism actually stopped in here in chat at one point. Really awesome stuff. But this has inspired me to maybe make my own Shad CN wrapper or Shad CN based component library, because I want to do some new morphism stuff as well, right? I want to take whatever this is doing, right? They call it new morphism. I want to port this to not just being its own component library and make it like a Shad CN inspired thing. If there are people that want to work on this together, right? If you're looking to contribute to an open source repo, we could get this started one of these days. Because I think this would just be like a fun side project, you know? So yeah, we take UI neumorphism, take a bunch of their styling and port it to Shad CN. Right? Make it just as configurable. Yeah, you'd love to help on the project? Yeah, at some point, I'll create a repo and I'll let people like tag in about wanting to help contribute, and we can get started. Like, I'll probably get started with setting up the basics of how it works, and then I'll start like farming out and assigning tasks for certain components. But I don't know what all that looks like, and it'll probably be easily like a couple weeks to a month before I get to it. But I do think it'd be really fun to build like a new morphism version of Shad CN in the same way that this other person did, you know, the Neo-Brutalism version, right? Like certain design aesthetics could easily be adapted to a Shad CN wrapper. These are the two big ones I can think of, but a glass morphism Shad CN wrapper could be huge, you know? All right, let me go use the restroom though. And if you want to take the idea and run with it, then go for it. Like, I don't care if I'm the creator. I think it's a really good project idea to make a new Morphism Shad CN wrapper. So who wants to do it? But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? You enjoying this nice, chill Saturday? I just love the fact that it's a reasonable temperature where I'm at right now. It's quite nice. Quite nice. You're cold at your hospital job? Oh. Well, that's not ideal, Kenny. I guess they got the AC cranked in a hospital, right? Just in general. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's do a glass of water. Water? Like from the toilet? Yeah, let's do it. Hey, TG Khalil, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. So we're back to the deficit of me owing you a raid. Technically, it's still been a deficit, but I tried to pay it back a bit. Now, I get it. I know you're not thinking that way. It's just the way I think. Like, I owe people raids. It's what I gotta do. Why keep count? Nah, no worries. It's fine. I get it. I keep count anyway. I can't stop. I can't, like, even when I go out for a walk, I find myself counting my steps. I might lose count every once in a while, but I still do it. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, stoked for you. Like, what were you up to on your stream today? Looks like a short Saturday surge. Nice. Saturday is a good call. You co-work 96 minutes and then 12 minutes of hanging out. Okay. Like Pomodoros. You're doing a bunch of, like, Figma stuff, eh? Fixing a website for a fellow streamer. Oh, that's fun. That's cool, man. Yeah, what kind of content do they stream? And how are we doing? What are we up to? We implemented this, like, admin portal yesterday. And that came together pretty quickly. And we're even able to, like, impersonate other users to then see what errors they might be seeing. Oh, this one looks like a bug already because I don't have the API up and running. Matty Two Shoes. I do. He and I are not on good terms, but I still think it's really cool that you're helping him out. I'm actually on good terms with a lot of the other people he's like familiar with, but nah, he and I just have not seen eye to eye. And that's fine. Exactly. It doesn't mean he's bad at all. We just don't get along. That's fine. If you guys want to follow and watch his channel, go for it. The personal beef I got shouldn't boil over to how other people feel about it. What was the new morphism about? So we were talking about how Neo-Brutalism is this library built on top of ShadCN, right? So you've seen Neo-Brutalism before, right? There's also this library, UI New Morphism, that I want to make a ShadCN clone of, right? So this sucks. You can't use it with basically anything, right? It doesn't work in Next.js. It doesn't work in basically anything that requires a lack of context. But ShadCN totally works. So why do they need context for something like this? They don't. They really don't. So I want to take what they've done and port components over to a new morphism wrapper of ShadCN in the same way that the author of Neo-Brutalism made this Neo-Brutalist wrapper of ShadCN. So if you're not familiar with it, Neo-Brutalism is less challenging for dev than New Morphism. I wouldn't say that at all. Yeah, so here's the thing. ShadCN is a framework for building your own component library with their own defaults. But if you want to install one of these components for Neo-Brutalism, you might see that installing it is a ShadCN command, but you just simply point it to a different like JSON file. Right? So this is a wrapper around ShadCN for Neo-Brutalist styling. We could do the same thing for new morphism. We could make a new morphism.dev or whatever, right? Like some UI. But we could build a component library that people could install into their own stuff and customize, but we can give them a baseline to start configuring from. And that's where I really push back and like, you missed the comment, but there are people that say like, oh, I can spot a ShadCN site any day of the week. Yeah, you can spot a lazy ShadCN site because they didn't customize the thing that they were totally supposed to customize. Yeah. So ShadCN sites are easily recognizable like an old school Bootstrap site in the same exact way where people are just lazy and they don't customize it. Meanwhile, when people say like, oh, I can spot a Bootstrap site. Can you? Because this is a Bootstrap site. This is fully a Bootstrap framework that you can use today. And it doesn't look like a standard Bootstrap site, does it? So when you're saying Bootstrap all looks the same, no, you're saying lazy developers using Bootstrap make applications that all look the same. And same thing can be said for ShadCN, etc. So the problem is lazy developers. That's always the problem, isn't it? Shit. Those lazy developers. Oh, those lazy developers. And I'm pointing at me. Like, totally. I get it. I'm lazy. I'm just lazy in different ways. But yes, if you want to build your own custom like design system, ShadCN is actually a really valuable way of doing that, especially because of like what they're using under the hood to do so. So yeah. Eventually, on this stream, I'm going to bootstrap a new Morphism ShadCN wrapper, and I'm going to maybe encourage devs on the team to build for it, right? Like devs in chat here, and like anyone just on Discord or on Twitch or wherever to help contribute to the new Morphism version of a ShadCN wrapper. I think that'd be awesome, right? And yeah, that ends up being good enough. Exactly, Methuselah. Like, there's nothing actually wrong with that. You could also just simply work with a dev that customizes Bootstrap for you, and then you just use that. There's nothing wrong with that, and that's the intended approach. Not everyone needs to give a shit about Bootstrap. They just need to style components, you know? They just need components they can use to get shit done. Here's the working site, now go pay a designer. Exactly. But we could take it further, and you don't even need to pay the designer anymore. We can give people like options, like Neobrutalism gave us options. Like this site gave us options. We could actually make a ShadCN wrapper that looks like this. We could fucking do it, man. Don't tempt me with a good time. Shit. Absolutely. You should absolutely do it, right? Because if it's a drop-in replacement for any Bootstrap stuff, yeah, you could do that as a joke and then be like, all right, never mind. Here's the actual styling. It is. Like, it's a really good theme, dude. This is an amazing theme. And what's up, Maniac? How you doing? How's your boot.dev stream? I saw you post to the Promote Yourself channel. Damn right. And then we got enough of a crowd here. I just have to ask, does anyone here play fantasy football? And would you like to join our fantasy football league? We're looking for maybe one more person. I think I could also just kick a couple people that are inactive. Like, we had at least 2 people last year that went inactive towards the end of the season, and I haven't heard back from them yet. You'd probably make the render in faster, but yeah, whatever. Make it fun. I'm okay with whatever you do. Like, just make your sites not look cookie cutter. That's a huge win. Stream was fun until you realized your net borked on you and you were offline. You were too deep in problem solving that you got to know about it like 20 minutes after it happened. Similar day to day, bad internet day. Might look into switching ISPs. It happens too often these days. Yeah, I'd say look into switching ISPs, but you could also use a thing like no rip. So basically, you would proxy your stream to a third-party endpoint on NoRip, and then NoRip would be proxying to Twitch, and then NoRip would also then just like, you know, they would have the down screen while you're like reconnecting, but then when your connection's better, it just automatically reconnects. Something to check into. I haven't used it, but I do know another streamer that did back in the day. This is typically the kind of thing that, sorry for the burp, hiccup, whatever. This is something that like IRL streamers benefit from. You know, when they're just out and about. Towers switching on their phone or something, you know? It's worth a shot. It's like just another option. If you're dealing with a lot of instability and you can't find another way to fix it, you can at least like make sure that you're still up. Because yeah, I've had that happen on gaming stream a couple times where I thought like, oh, we're totally live and chat's really quiet right now. And oh, right, the little pop-up from OBS is showing like, oh, you were disconnected. Well, shit. Did he just say whale shit? No, I said well shit. Got it. Yeah, so Maniac, have you tried with another PC? Because I ran into a weird issue where I had a hard drive, like a hardware failure, not a hard drive failure, a hardware failure that was making me drop connection. And it didn't fix itself, even when I switched to like a different ISP, until I just got a new PC, right? Like the Ethernet or something on that motherboard was just failing. I'm not saying that's what's happening for you, but it is something that has happened. Like I had, like when in 2022, I was dealing with the connection dropping on a regular basis and it sucked. And it actually turns out it was the stream machine I was using. Yep, exactly. Ayatku, that sounds right. Like just sometimes some drivers get really flaky or something, you know? Now you're scared to switch ISPs? I mean, do you have another device you could try? Right? Could you like... No, not really. Yeah, that sucks. If you had another device, I'd say that'd be a good test. On any device. Yeah, that sounds like an ISP thing. Yeah, my biggest issue was I would be down on my stream machine, but every other connection was working still. So if you're not having that issue, it's probably not a hardware failure. So, you know, ISP is probably safe. Yep, exactly. Ayatku. Yeah, I went from a Comcast to fiber with I forget the name of the company here in Seattle. It's like Fiberly or some bullshit. Like it's in their name. And I was still having the issue. And then when I swapped the hardware, right, like got a new streaming PC, it just worked. So something to try. I don't know. All right, we're doing another whiskey. Why not? I'm not cooking tonight, so I don't got to worry about that part. I'm going to get some Indian food. You could get a USB Ethernet dongle. Yep, that would work. No. We were just looking at Neumorphism and talking about how we wanted to create a Shad CN clone on top of it, right? Or like a Shad CN clone version of it, right? Similar to how Neobrutalism was the thing. And how that might be like a good community project where I scaffold the project and I do like the PM, like project management part of things. I, you know, set up the hosting of the JSON and all that stuff. And then from there, you know, it's just nice and easy. People can contribute, you know, components and stuff. So it'd be like a good, fun community project. Oh, really, Maniac? It's required for a Mac these days because there is no Ethernet port on Macs. Or at least, Mac Minis have one, but yeah, MacBook Pros don't. Yeah, USB Ethernet dongles are actually coming back into the zeitgeist. And maybe I'm misusing that word, but they're becoming more popular because of Apple's decision to USB-C all the things. Yeah, I'd say Macs are probably like better for that. Um, no, it's just like the cheap Windows hardware that goes bad. No, 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 Maniac. I'm talking literally, right? Like modern MacBooks and MacBook Airs and all that stuff, they don't have an Ethernet port built in. So you have to use a USB-C to Ethernet adapter if you want Ethernet. That's what I was talking about. Like most modern Macs don't have any Ethernet, so you have to use dongle. Exactly. Yep. All right, so yeah, I like this. We can detect if a user has the billing tier but without the subscription. You were thinking something like this. Let me look. Oh, you mean just like an out and about like hotspot type device? Yeah, that's a separate thing. But no, I get that. Yeah, that's a different thing from what I was talking about. No, what we were saying though is like if you're using an Ethernet port into your stream machine, right? That Ethernet port and the network interface card associated with it could theoretically be bad. And then one option would be to try a separate, like USB based Ethernet port, right? So it's like a dongle you connect to some USB port that then has the Ethernet part, right? So that would be like a cheap way to test if your Ethernet port that's built into your machine is going bad. Rather than buying like a whole new machine. Yeah, I mean, it's just stuff to try, Maniac. We're not saying that's the issue. I'm just pointing out that it's something I dealt with. I'm not saying you are. It's probably all ISP based. All we're doing is pointing out that there were some chipsets that sucked. Not saying you have one, but they exist. I would say, right, switching ISP isn't that big of a deal anyway, right? So yeah, might as well just do it. But if that doesn't fix it, then you've eliminated the potential issue, and hardware problem might be the next thing to look at. But if switching ISP is a hassle, then yeah, try a different Ethernet port. Well, then it's a win-win. Yeah, check out the new ISP for sure. There you go. Nailed it. Even switching Ethernet cable might be worth doing. Yeah, that's an option too. When you switch ISPs, they're going to have their own like hardware, and they probably give you some Ethernet cables anyway. So there you go. Makes sense, Condi. I mean, 500 is still really good. All right, so here's the big thing. Here in the admin portal, what I want to do is we're fetching this stuff. I also want to do a, what is it? Billing service dot, and we got to bring it in. Is it not on the billing service? Wait. Oh, meta? Meta is how we do it. So yeah, meta service. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yeah. So it's just an admin, like, it's right here in the URL. It's /admin. Like, it's still part of, like, the app.messijo and everything. And because it's within the same app, it makes it easy to impersonate another org. So if I want to impersonate this other team, I can see what they have set, and then I can go, like, look at what they have set for keywords and notifications, and the user impersonation becomes way easier if it's all within the same application. Styling of this is a little annoying, but I don't know. I think it's still worth it for the impersonation, and only admins are going to be impersonating people, so their like UI doesn't matter nearly as much. Yes, I'm using JWTs for sure. I don't think cookies are necessary for anything other than banking, you know, or credit card companies, or things like that. And even then, the security you get from it is a bit meh. Because a bad dependency can still exploit a cookie, you know? Cross-site scripting can still like actually exploit a cookie. because all they got to do is script a request on your behalf. So yeah, like, there are people who think JWTs are inherently insecure, and they're only insecure in the same way that cookies are. Bad dependency or cross-site scripting, you're still screwed no matter what. That makes sense, Condi, but it doesn't prevent the addiction to the vape itself. Like, that's the biggest thing. Because it's about the habit. You got to break the habit of even needing to do the vape. Yep, and you'll never be able to quit if that's the thing that you're looking for. Yeah, you got to break the habit. It's not even the nicotine. It's just, you just did a thing, and now you got to smoke, right? Like, I know people who've tried to quit where when they're driving, they'll typically have a cigarette and just hang it out the window. And even if they're doing like zero nicotine cigarettes of some kind, like whatever, right? They could be vaping or whatever. Just the fact that they're driving makes them want to do the thing that they do as a habit when they drive, you know? So you got to break the habit more than the nicotine addiction. I mean, more power to you, break the nicotine addiction, but vaping is bad for you, even if there's no nicotine in it. It's going to fuck up your teeth. I bet what you'd find is that the habit is more addictive than the nicotine itself. So by solving the nicotine problem, you're not actually fixing the biggest problem. Sarcasm fucked up your teeth? I'm not sure I get the joke. Is it because you're constantly going or something and it started pushing your teeth out? I don't know. I don't get the joke, Code Spent. Oh, there you go. Being sarcastic and got punched in the face. And that fucked up the teeth. That makes sense. I totally get it. Okay, about a brick being bad for your teeth, so watch your jokes. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, like the dude that Raja Jackson almost killed. That dude's missing a bunch of teeth. Just for what he thought was some, like, proper wrestling kayfabe. Dude, Raja Jackson needs to be in jail. For sure. Like, 100%, dude. That dude tried to murder that dude. Dude was already unconscious, and he is just lighting him up. Oh, dude. Just look up the Raja Jackson shit and the clips of it. He was at some wrestling event, and one of the wrestlers thought Raja was a fucking wrestler too, and smashed him in the head with a fake beer can, right? It's like super thin compared to a real beer can. Raja got pissed. Dude's like, oh shit, I thought we were just doing the story shit. I saw the cameras. He apologized. And then like a half hour later, Raja goes into the ring for some, like, you know, very minor wrestling event. picks the dude up and slams him down super hard. Dude's unconscious immediately, and Raja's just sitting there lighting him up with full power, massive, like, ground and pound hooks to the face, right? Like, easily, like, 20 of these punches before someone pulled him off. Like, dude committed attempted murder. And it's actually premeditated, too. Because he was thinking about it for that entire half hour after the dude apologized and they shook hands and he accepted the apology. Like, dude. Yeah, that dude should be in fucking jail right now. He's lucky the guy survived. If the guy had died, that's a murder charge. A premeditated murder charge, too. It's not in the heat of the moment. He's super lucky the guy survived. I still think he should be in jail, though. But knowing Dana White, he'll have a title shot here in a week. And if you're not aware, Raja Jackson is the son of Rampage Jackson. And he gets bullied by Rampage all the time. In Denmark, you have gangster rappers, even though there's no crime in Denmark. I doubt there's no crime in Denmark, but I get it. Yeah, they're cosplaying as a gangster. We have that here in the U.S. 50 Cent's one of them. He's been cosplaying ever since, right? Like, sure, he got shot. Ever since then, he's been cosplaying the gangster. What's the dude they make fun of in that Key and Peele skit? I mean, right? Young Money. Like, who's that dude that they're parodying in Key and Peele? That dude is absolutely cosplaying a gangster. Lil Wayne, yes, that dude is absolutely cosplaying as a gangster. And yeah, what up, Tommy? Mr. Sir, how you doing? And Yaku, it was a concept album. Yeah, it's based on the concept of an idea. Take it easy, Condi. Like, I don't know, man. You're taking it a bit far. I get it. I understand. That's just good driving. Look left, look right. And now we're turning. Come on, man. Like, I don't know. Dude, Condi, you're taking it too far. That's just good driving technique. Ain't nobody got time for a fender bender. Man, I'm slamming these whiskeys, aren't I? I gotta pace myself a little better. I do need to slice more limes here in a bit. We can wait. All right, so what we want to do is we want to create a dialogue. And I got to go look at their docs, because the way these things get nested is not always the same. Like, where does the header go versus other stuff? Wait, so what is the difference between alert dialogue and dialogue? I think it's the same thing, but we get to decide whether it's like interruptible or not. Yeah, so we'll just do dialogue. I think dialogue's fine. So yeah, dialogue content, and then dialogue header is within content. Okay. Is dialogue title a thing? Okay. And then, yeah, delete org. No, this is manage billing tier. All right, let's look at some of the others. So yeah, dialogue header, dialogue title, dialogue description, and then after the header, it's just the content. Okay. So what I want to do is manage this thing being open. And we're going to need to maintain this as separate state. At least for now, right? Or like as like a state object. Like what is the dialogue being modified, right? Or what is the org being modified? Because technically we could abstract the row. Right? We could abstract out the row per org into its own component. I don't think we need to do that yet, though. So yeah, this is going to be oh, and hold on. All right, so JLem at least saw that we were doing that stuff. Perfect. Cool, cool. All right. And yeah. Now, you know what? I'll just have the whiskeys in me. And it'll be a successful draft, right? So let me go slice more lime, like another lime into 4 pieces, and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. I need to pour more water too. And yeah, we're going to keep drinking the whiskey because it's a fucking Saturday, right? I'm still in that TG Khalil. So yeah, give me a second. I got to go pee, and I'll be right back. I'm back. See? See how quick that was? And now I got limes for more whiskey. Shit. Shit. All right, anyone here playing Path of Exile 2's latest release? Yeah, Zero. Yeah, you tried it with a couple dudes from NA last night. Dude, it was super fun playing with you. Yeah, for sure, man. Have you played any more today? I will point out, there is a really nice build for the Ranger that you're doing that you might want to check out. No, yeah, no, totally, I get it. Like, yeah, it shouldn't take all of your time or all your life, whatever. I know you were like into the crossbow. I will just point out that you know, if you're really looking to do like an optimized Ranger build, you might check out this one. Like I'm using that one right now, and I was able to like do a bunch of bosses solo, you know, with the right value. So up to you, up to, you know, it's worth a shot. Try all the builds. I would say try and get one to end game first, so that then you can buy stuff for your other characters to level them up quicker. But up to you, right? Because if you just spend all your time with like low level characters, you'll never have the currency to really like experience the higher level characters and some of that stuff. So yeah, I'm using that build just for leveling, and then later end game might be a totally different build, and you should be prepared to maybe like respec your entire character, and that's fine. Yeah, it was a good intro. I think it was fun. I'll be playing later tonight after we do the fantasy football draft. We're probably going to be bringing Robotic Head into the new season tonight after that. So if you want to join with Robotic Head and start a new character, or just, you know, help level his character with your own, you know, it'd be a nice way to just like keep leveling the one that you built or start a new one or whatever. Because Robotic Head will probably be doing a brand new character tonight. On for another 12 hours. Yeah, I'm not going to be going that late. Oh, shit, dude. Damn, and are you really in the UK? Like, based on your accent, I would say yes. Damn, dude, you stay up super late for like a UK time zone. Yeah, you stay up super late, man. But yeah, it was good gaming. It was like awesome to have uh, Aaron and God, I'm spacing on his name now. Oh my God, Ethan. Yeah, Aaron and Ethan, like, just being cool and taking their time with us was really nice of them too. Because they were ahead of us. I think I'm caught up to where they are. But yeah, like as a group, we can play more PoE tonight. All right, so the state that we're maintaining here is going to be org being edited. That's going to be the name of it. All right, set org being edited, and org response here. No, it's actually going to be not billing tier response, but admin orgs. And then we also need is editing, or no, like is org subscription dialog open. All right. So those are the states that we care about. Billing tiers, we're not looking for at the moment, so we'll comment that out. But yeah, these other things will be things we got to do. And bare minimum, we've got manage billing here, and we need an on-click for it. Ooh, did it one-shot that? Yep, set org being edited, and set is org subscription dialog open. Sweet. Yeah, all right. So I'd call that good. Damn, super Maven. Just super good, man. And I just had a random thought. I just had a random thought. Okay. Right, so like AnySphere is the company that makes Cursor. And I don't know why, but I randomly thought, like, well, are they hiring a DevRel? No, they just hired Lee Rob, the DevRel of all DevRels, right? So, yeah. They've probably paid him 3 engineers' salaries because it's worth it, because he's that good at what he does. I was just seeing if, like, he's looking for help. And not yet. And yeah, they do not do remote. So you got to be in the area. So that's tougher. Just in case, if you're in New York or San Fran, it's worth checking out. And when you say, who is this guy? Who is Lee Rob? Lee Rob was like the DevRel for Vercel. Like the main DevRel for Vercel. He's like super famous on Twitter and just in general. He's super famous. He worked for Vercel for like 4 years, invested that stock most likely, and now he's gone on to bigger and better things. I would say Cursor is better than Vercel. I'm a bigger fan of Cursor than Vercel for sure. Guillermo might be a nice dude in person, but I do not like his politics. He bent the knee way too fucking quick. Fucking Gizmo, man. Damn, I really wonder if Guillermo Rauch gets roasted. Like, if he gets called Gizmo. Just because of what we do in the shadows. If I ever meet him in person, I'm tempted to call him Gizmo. Am I guaranteeing I'll never be able to work for Vercel? Eh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not sure I'd want to. I don't believe in a lot of the stuff they make. Oh no, whatever shall I do? All right, so we should be able to pop open this dialog. We go to manage billing. Yeah, manage the billing tier. No big deal. Do I have some recommendations on open API generation from TypeScript code? I don't have anything specific. I've built my own thing for that when I was doing like serverless style like stuff, right? Like AWS Lambda and some of that. Right? We were just talking about Speakeasy earlier. Speakeasy might have a thing. I just don't think, like, dude, this pricing model is really not something indie hackers can use, right? Like personal people, etc. If evil lived in Gotham City, it'd be called CM Griffing, and it would stream the forbidden art of programming on Twitch. I mean, evil lives in Gotham City. Like, evil totally lives in Gotham City. You actually built your own serverless version, but yeah, you're doing it for Express. I wouldn't expect Express to have anything specific, but I would really think that like Nest or Adonis should be able to solve that, like a bigger framework, right? So like, I'd be so surprised if Nest.js doesn't have a way of generating an open API spec, right? So, yeah, I mean, Express is fine at a low level, but when you really want greater functionality, you might check out Nest.js instead. No, not Next. Nest. Okay, you weren't convinced of Nest. I get it. Yeah. So Next.js is a totally separate beast, but Nest does have value. I don't know. Like, I think Nest tries to solve the Ruby on Rails problem of the entire, like, JavaScript ecosystem. No, that's fine. I just want to make sure, right? It's easy to mix these two up because, I'm yelling at you. I might not be enunciating properly. So yeah, I would just say like Express is really only something you should use for smaller stuff. Otherwise, you're going to be building everything yourself. Just because you use Nest doesn't mean you have to opt into every little thing they do. But the fact that they have Open API spec as a thing does actually seem really valuable to me. Like, this seems really nice. Like, to me, this seems totally worth it. But I haven't looked any deeper, so I could be wrong. Like, how do you end up, like, documenting some of the other stuff? Nest is OOP for everything. I mean, they have an ORM, but you don't have to use the ORM. I think that's a big part. Like, Nest can solve some of the other stuff, and if you want to not use their ORM, then don't. Yeah, like the defining of the routes and some of that other stuff just using decorators is hugely valuable, but you don't have to opt into every single bit. If you want to use your own ORM or how you query your database, that's up to you. I would point that out really quickly. Adonis is also another tool to check out. I bet Adonis has some like Swagger or Open API thing too. But this is really what like bigger frameworks give you, right? Like a larger framework than something as simple as Express can give you these things, whereas Express forces you to figure that out on your own. So yeah, like Adonis, you could auto-generate your Swagger from that. Sure. But I really do think there's a lot of value in like considering something bigger than just Express. No, it's something to think about. You know, I'm not trying to tell you what you should do. I'm just giving you options. It seems like you've looked into all these options. So yeah, I don't know anything that solves your problem specifically for like only Express. I would say yes. I would bet money that Adonis is built on top of Express in the same way that Nest.js is built on top of Express too. Express is like a building block. Using it directly works great for like demo projects, but when you're building a big application, Express really falls flat, and you got to like invent a lot of like the wheels yourself. When using a bigger framework, yeah, they might provide a bunch of wheels. You don't have to use every wheel they give you. But why reinvent every single wheel? You know? So that's my recommendation. Use a bigger framework, but opt out of the things that you don't like. Because it's actually not that hard. You can use whatever ORM you want. You don't have to go full on type ORM or some other bullshit. Like, yeah, use any ORM you want, use any database you want. But these other bigger frameworks still offer more than Express does out of the box, more that you don't have to figure out yourself. I'm a big fan of frameworks that just do the rigmarole for you. It's why I'm using Phoenix with Elixir instead of like building some other bullshit, right? A proper Rails-like framework solves a lot of problems. You don't have to opt into the Rails style like template rendering. Nah, man, I don't do that shit whatsoever. Fuck no. And yeah, no worries, I for Phi. Like, I think it's a really good conversation to have. Just because you use a bigger framework doesn't mean you have to use every part of the framework. Laravel totally has opinions about Livewire and fucking other bullshit, right? And like template rendering and all that. You don't have to do that. But Laravel still provides a really good baseline for scaffolding, routing, and other bullshit, you know? So it's still worth using, even if you don't want to use all of it. And I think that's how almost every larger framework works, you know? Like, it can have a benefit. And then if you don't like it, opt out of the shit that it's doing that you don't like. It should be adaptable for that. And if it isn't, well, it's a shit framework, and I don't understand why it's popular. To that point, I really do believe that you could do a Nest.js or Adonis project and not use every single thing, like not use their ORM, because who gives a shit, right? Yeah, interact with your database how you see fit. Totally up to you. But solve the other bullshit for me, and that's what a good framework does. So yeah, no worries. Like, really good conversation. I love having these conversations, actually. So yeah, thanks for asking. When you say that, take those statements with a grain of salt. Yeah, Nest is Angular based. No, Nest opts into decorators in the same way Angular does, but that doesn't mean that they're based on each other. And Adonis is Laravel based. Adonis may take inspiration from Laravel, but Laravel has moved way beyond what Adonis does. And Adonis has bifurcated from Laravel, right? Like, inspiration is the right term. Based is the wrong term. If you are an Angular developer, the usage of decorators will feel familiar. So there's at least something to that. So I think, Condi, that was a good point to make. If you're familiar with Angular and their usage of decorators, Nest is going to feel more familiar because they use decorators in a heavy way as well. But that doesn't mean that they are intertwined. It just means that they're using decorators as a core primitive in a way that other frameworks don't. And I think that distinction's important. Saying something is based on a thing maybe misses the nuance of it. The use of modules and dependency injection. Sure. Yep. Also following a lot of those same patterns, and I can understand that, and that works, but to say it's based on it might miss some of that, you know? I wouldn't say Kenny was even that confused, but the way you phrased it means that you're like opening yourself up to being confusing in a way that you don't have to be. That's fine. Yeah. No matter what, we're here to be better and learn. And having these conversations makes us all better. Anyway. Playing with decorators a lot. So you built like a Nest.js. Is it a clone, or like you wanted to build a framework that did decorators things like Nest.js does? And that sounds awesome there, Condi. That's super cool, dude. I think decorators are fucking awesome. One of the first talks I ever gave was about decorators. Not the absolute first talk I gave at a meetup, but the second and like third talks I gave about what validators are, I gave at meetups, for sure. Right? Like I spoke at the Angular meetup and I spoke at the APIs and IPAs meetup about what decorators are and how they work and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, it was really fun. Really fun. I love all this stuff. I love talking tech. Just as long as we're not talking shit on tech, you know? And yeah, I will point out, Speakeasy might have a thing for what you were asking. I have no idea. I don't know anything about their tools or their products or any of this stuff. I do like how pretty some of this is in their UI, though, right? Like, dude, they've got a really nice website. And yeah, I've actually heard good things about Speakeasy. So yeah, seems cool. And that's fine. Next.js solves some very specific problems. You got to make sure that the reason you're using it is for those specific problems. If you're not solving those problems, then Next.js is a bad usage. But if you need server-side rendering, Next.js is a great way to get that. But if you just needed static rendering, Next.js is a bad choice. It's all about nuance and understanding the problem you're trying to solve. I think Next.js solves some very specific and valuable problems. It's just not the everything like framework that they tout it as. Because you're going to be dealing with a bunch of bullshit that you just don't want to deal with when you're building a single page application, you know? And hey, Spheraphoria, Mr. Sir. How you doing? How you doing, dude? Yeah, what were you up to on your stream? And I really appreciate it. I haven't had a chance to raid you back. Sorry, yeah, maybe your stream title was inaccurate. Why are you trying to kill your Nan? I believe it's like the not a number stuff, right? Like not your actual Nan. Trying to understand not a number issues in neural network training. Oh. I'm not even aware of the nuance of Nan there, but hold on. Let's do this real quick. Because this is one of my favorite things to talk about when it's like, oh man, JavaScript, what is you doing? Type of Nan is number. Yeah, classic JS shit, right? Like, oh my god, dude. What? And then here's another fun one. Nan triple or like let's just say double equal to Nan. False. Right? So Nan isn't even equal to Nan. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, instead what you need to do is Nan. And there you go. Yeah. Hey, Robin! Mr. Sir, dude, I haven't seen you in ages. No, and there are reasons. We don't have to like the reasons, but they exist, you know, right? It's because JavaScript was made in 15 days. That's the reason. Any other reason? Sure. We'll say that's your justification, but the reason is JavaScript was made in 15 days. That's it. Any other justification is just cope. JavaScript was made in 15 days. There's gonna be warts. Yeah, dude, Robin, it's been a long time. I'm super stoked to see you, man. Yeah, what have you been up to? Are you still working with Tailwind? Like, are you on the Tailwind team still? I think you were. I could be wrong. Yeah, man, it's good to see it. What's my favorite programming language? I don't have favorites like that. It's not valuable. I like features of languages. I like pattern matching. A language with pattern matching is greater than a language without. You're still at Tailwind. Dude, that's huge. That's so cool, man. Yeah, 5 years. That's insane. Yeah, that's a long time with any company, with any industry, like in tech. Like, oh my god, dude. That's awesome. It must be like a really, really cool gig. But yeah, I don't have favorite languages. I have favorite features of languages, like pattern matching. And we could get it in JavaScript here in the next 5 years. I'm not going to put any like tighter clamp on that because JavaScript does not move as fast as we want, and that's okay. But yeah, good old JavaScript. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, and yes, Fairphoria, like, let us know a little bit more about what you're doing. And oh my god, hold on, Robin, yeah, allow. I mean, what? You should have been a regular already. Yeah, you're already a regular. Why did that get held? Yeah, yeah, that's weird. I'm sorry, Robin. You're an irregular regular. Yeah, touche. Wait, what's up, Radiant Gradient? And that's also a solid name. I don't know. Real quick, though. Yeah, so Spheriphoria, what were you actually doing on your stream? I just want to make sure. Sorry, let me scroll back up. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Wait, did I even do the shout out that let me know? Hold on. I thought I did. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was the Nan. Yeah, so the Nan problem. Sorry. Forgot that part. You talked about killing your grandma. Yeah, yeah. What was the resolution to the not a number problem? Right? Like, could you give us any context or, and totally up to you. I get it. When you raid, you want to just do basically anything else. Maybe eat food or something. Use the restroom if you've been holding it. I get it. No big deal. No, and no pressure. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Everyone here in chat should follow Spheriphoria because they do amazing work. Was it some Zig stuff you were doing today, at least? Because I think you do Zig more often than other things. I feel like I've seen you do Rust. But Zig is like your daily driver at this point, right? And feel free, continue typing. Don't interrupt yourself. You can answer these questions later if I remember to ask them again. Like, no big deal. Yeah, I'm really curious about the problem you were solving. And in the meantime, I'll let people know about the problem we're solving here on stream today. So we have this admin portal. Oh, and here we go. Hold on. This is important. So when you train neural networks, you're nudging a bunch of parameters to get some output closer to some number. If you're too aggressive, you end up with big numbers that can saturate outputs and make it so they don't want to move or divide by 0. So you can just be a little more intelligent about how you nudge those parameters so they don't get too big. Interesting. Okay. You can recenter them around 0 as well. Yeah, I feel like that would be a thing. If you're using like JavaScript, you could do big number stuff. But then how does that actually resolve properly? Like, you'd end up dealing with like strings as numbers for anything that deals with properly big numbers. And if you're in Zig, like, dude, the numbers should be big enough, but you know what? With neural networks, it can get crazy. So yeah. So you're just reading a bunch, trying to see what normal ML people do to avoid that. So you're on GPU, which limits it to floating 32-bit numbers? I didn't know that. Wait, GPUs are not 64-bit, they're 32-bit? You might have just blown my mind. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Why aren't they 64? This is why GPUs have limited RAM at this point then, right? Okay, so if you end up using 32-bit numbers, even though they support 64, you can squeeze more data into the memory, right? Because 32-bit is massively smaller than 64. Okay. No, I get that too. That's smart. And that's the typical usage for games and ML. Oh. I didn't even think about that. But, okay. So then, yeah, how do machine learning people actually deal with that? And anyone out there, hold on real quick. I just want to shout this out. Anyone who is from Spheriphoria's stream that is into like machine learning, etc., Blue Sky, if you're into Blue Sky, totally, like, I get it if you're not. They're hiring for a machine learning engineer, right? Someone like senior for the machine learning platform, and then even a business intelligence data scientist. So if you're into any of that stuff, check out Blue Sky and let them know I sent you. Or don't. I don't care. Doesn't affect anything. Yes, I applied for the DevRel role. I haven't heard anything. Crickets. I still believe in the platform, so whatever. I still want them to be successful. And I know that as far as like people that watch streams, you guys are self-selecting for people that care more about what they do, right? They care about their craft. They're actively seeking out communities for these things. You guys are already in like the upper, let's say 10 to 20% of software engineers because you're just watching streams as a hobby anyway. So if you have experience in any of this stuff, you're already more than qualified, I'm sure. So yeah, real quick, let me give the link. If there's any data science people out there that believe in what Blue Sky is doing, give it a shot. Like, it's just a job application. Whether you get it or not, it's basically zero cost to you. Yeah, you're all dealing with a shit job market too. And Blue Sky is a great company that has like 15 million funding minus whatever they've like subtracted from that in the couple years since Twitter. But Twitter gave them the 15 mil of funding to where they're not even like necessarily seeking other investment, but they've gotten some from, what's the Shark Tank dude? The guy that owns the Mavericks. That guy's awesome, right? I'm a huge fan of that dude. Actually. Cuban, Mark Cuban. Yeah. Like, he even had his guest spot on The League. Yeah. I don't know anything about him personally, and yeah, saying I'm a big fan might be painting me into a corner, but at least some of the stuff that he's represented and invested into and some of the things he cares about and like talks shit about live or on like social media, I like what he said. Is any human perfect? Nah. But I like Mark Cuban so far. I could be wrong. He seems like a solid dude. Yeah, exactly, right? He seems like a solid dude. But we don't know any better. right? So I could be wrong. And before he runs for president, ooh, I'd probably vote for him, actually. You love how he ran the Mavericks. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm a fan of basketball. I haven't watched it for years because, dude, I fucking hate the flopping. Dude, the flopping ruins the sport to me. I refuse to watch basketball at this point until they fix the flopping problem. I don't want this to be some fucking soccer bullshit. Yeah, the flopping's out of control, man. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Fix the flopping problem. Otherwise, I'm out. Your sport's bullshit. NFL has a flopping problem. Fucking Mahomes. I refuse to draft Mahomes in fantasy football because he's such a flopping asshole, dude. Fuck that shit. Nah, man. And his wife's politics bum me out too. So yeah, someone else in our fantasy football league can totally take Mahomes. I refuse. No, thank you. Fuck that asshole. He's a flopper and he has a fucking right-wing nut. Like, wife? Nah, man. No thanks. I don't give a shit. I'll take any other QB over him. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? We have our draft on the Fantasy Football League tonight, actually. So that'll be kind of fun. But yeah, just saying. If you're in ML, no, yeah, dude, his wife is a right-wing nut for sure. Like, kind of shitty. You can look it up. Right? And if the wife says that shit, it doesn't fall that far from the tree. All right, so for everyone joining from the raid, isn't most American right-wing stuff really bad for women? Yeah, but some of these women feel like they're okay, right? Like they're the good ones, which is bullshit. Yeah, he's got to be okay with it if he's still with her, right? So yeah, either he's complicit or worse, you know? I don't even know what worse really is, but yeah, no. Either he's into it and he just doesn't say so publicly, or something else. I have no idea. Yeah, it's definitely a them, not us. Absolutely one plane. Like, the trad wive, right? Traditional wive bullshit is really big in that circle. Right? There are actually women that think they don't deserve the right to vote. Can you imagine that? That's fucking insane to me. But there are literally women out there in the world that think they don't deserve the right to vote. It's fucking weird, dude. I do not understand right-wing trad wives. They're indoctrinated into some fucking cult. And I'll never understand it. They could just not vote. Problem solved. Yeah, no. But what they actually want to do is delegate their vote to their husband. They want their husband to have 2 votes, technically, so that they don't have to think about it anymore. But it's just such a weird fucking right-wing rhetoric thing. Like, dude, these people suck. They shouldn't have any say in politics, but for some reason their voice is louder than way more other people's, even though they're like a major minority compared to other people. It's just super weird, dude. It's super fucking weird. Politics these days, right? And we don't want to dwell on it too much, but I'll fucking rant. I can rant for days. It's a whole can of worms, and we don't need to do that here today. It's their problem, not our problem. Shit. So yeah, let me get more music going. We're hanging out. Thank you everyone for rating. Let me describe the actual thing we're building right now. Let me get some of the good music going, right? Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Yes. Synthwave belongs in a museum. So we have this admin portal in which we can see all of the teams in our application. And what we can do is then impersonate them, which we already like solved and did last night, right? Junya or Yunya, you know, yeah, that's like a language pronunciation thing. But then manage billing. So this is where I want to be able to assign a billing tier to a business. Regardless of them actually paying for it or needing a subscription, I want to give someone the enterprise tier or the unicorn tier or whatever. And I want to be able to manage that here. Right? So the part we're on right now is we're showing foo for this dialogue. We need to populate a form that shows their current tier. Sorry, I got the hiccups. I got the burps. It'll show their current tier, and then we can assign another billing tier to them. This has major implications for production, where we've had Unplug, one of our viewers here in chat, doing so much awesome QA that they deserve the forever tier of enterprise or unicorn or whatever. My thought is I want to give them unicorn, and if they go beyond unicorn, then I'll bump them up, because who gives a shit? But at least they can help me test the unicorn tier at that point, right? And I want to be able to do this for any other business or team or org that I think deserves the testing, like, benefits of extra permissions, because they're helping me figure other stuff out. So that's the main gist. I do need to go use the restroom because I broke the seal and I gotta pee. And it's a Saturday and I've been drinking the whiskey for easily 3 hours now. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. We got 2 more lime sliced, so we got 2 more whiskeys to drink, which means we got at least like another hour of whiskey. I think, maybe. We'll see. And in that hour, we're going to build out this modal and what like form stuff it needs to have and how we assign things to these users. I'm making the problem bigger than its cause? What's wrong with me? Voha, I'm curious what you mean by that. So, yeah, please expand upon that thought while I go pee. The problem I'm making bigger is, yes, I gotta pee, man, and my bladder is filling up as we speak. So yeah, please, like, expand upon that. What do you mean? I'm really curious. But I gotta pee, so give me a second. Okay, I'm back. See, it was that quick. Um, no, and Voha, like, no, I get it, like, with love and all that, like, I wasn't assuming you were talking shit, like, I just want to understand what you meant. So could you please, like, explain that a little more? What problem am I making bigger than the cause? I'm curious, that's all. Like, you've been following for a while, so that's fine, man. Like, I wasn't thinking you were talking shit. I just want to understand what you meant. And then Hunar, yeah, you rejoin and I immediately have to go before I pee my pants. I mean, I wasn't going to pee my pants, but I had to go. No, so Voha, please, like, explain what you meant, because I don't know what you actually meant. It was not obvious. I don't think anyone understood what you meant. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't even know what you meant, so I can't possibly say you're wrong or right or whatever. I don't know what you meant. That's what I'm saying. Like, one plane, we shouldn't assume anything until they explain, because it's a futile effort. We don't know what problem, because they're not actually saying what problem. It's not even worth our effort to try and guess. It almost seems like Voha is trolling. They spoke from the heart and didn't actually say anything. Now let's look at all of their messages. So they said something in 2023. Hello, how passionate are you about programming? What project are you currently working on? Then 2 months later, in 2023, they said, go sleep. And then just now, dude, you're making the problem bigger than its cause. What's wrong with you? They seem like a bot at this point. They're not wrong. When they said it at some time, go sleep was probably actually accurate. But I do think it's a lie. It's a bot, for sure. Is it some fucking clanker? Yeah, it's a 2 years and counting clanker. Just recognize that bots like that exist. So then Hunar, real quick. Don't you love when you say something and then you get audited like it's the IRS? I mean, Hunar, they're gonna get audited. For sure, because I judge everybody. This is the Chris Revenue Service, the CRS. No, their comments sucked without any, like, context. And they don't want to provide any context. So we could just ban them. Because it doesn't seem like they're actually willing to say what they meant. Yeah, they should at least get timed out for all of today, you know? Exactly, Shebify. Yeah, Voha, explain yourself or get timed out, possibly banned. It's actually really easy. It's super simple. No, Hunar, this is just the chat revenue service, right? We're just auditing a chatter. No big deal. It's not even the Chris revenue service. It's the chat revenue service. We're just auditing a chatter. We might have to declare them dead here soon. We might have to declare them dead. All right, so in before we do the obituary for Voha because they won't actually say anything. It seems like they're trolling. Doesn't it? It was pretty trolly. Voha, either explain yourself or get banned. It's actually really easy. You've got a choice to make. Solid. Yeah, no, that dude sucks. 423,000 followers and he's that shitty? Oh, dude. Yeah, he seems like a fucking bullshit artist for sure. No, thank you. Join ML.school. Yeah, he's selling some fucking course. What a fucking dickhead. What a dickhead. Dude. People on the internet suck, man. Of course he's selling some bullshit course. He's probably a big fan of Mark Liu as well. Right? Selling a course for a thing he can't do himself. Hunar, no, Voha just chatted. Yeah, so no, they're getting banned. Because, yeah, no, they're just trolling. No, thank you, Voha. If you're a human being, you can respond with a human being's unban request. It's that easy. It's that simple. Like, Hunar, some people aren't worth your time. We gave them way too much attention already. What about Mark Liu or Sonny Sangera? I don't know who Sonny is, but yeah, Mark Liu's a fucking charlatan. He sells people on the indie hacking dream, but the only thing he's making money as an indie hacker for doing is selling people on the indie hacking dream. That is fucking snake oil salesman 1000%. Like, dude, the only shit he's making money on are these bullshit courses that he's selling. Not any of his fucking indie hacking. Why is this dude selling people on a course for indie hacking when he can't hack it himself? It's fucking gross, dude. Yeah, here's how you become a billionaire. Spend money on my course for how you can become a billionaire, but the person's not a fucking billionaire. Why would you listen to that person? Why would you listen to anything they're fucking saying, dude? You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Yeah, this dude makes 20K a month telling people how to code fast when he actually doesn't do it well himself. Why would you listen to this dude? Why would you do that? Like, I understand, yes, I'm building software and I haven't been successful with any of my software, but I'm not selling a course telling you how you could be successful. Because that would be fucking wrong. Like, ethically and morally. This dude's morals simply just don't line up with what his ethics should be. Right? Morally and ethically, this dude is questionable. He can make a goofy face on his fucking profile image all he wants. Nobody should listen to this dude. Because he's not successful doing anything other than telling people they could be successful. And selling them on the dream. He's a hopium provider. He's a copium provider. He was fired everywhere, so he hired himself. And he's not doing very good at it. We are shitting on shady course sellers. Damn right, Stack Overchill, Mr. Sir. Damn right, it's what we do, right? Does the day end in Y? Yeah, we're shitting on Mark Liu again. My bad. Just on time, Unplug. Yeah, hold on. I'm not successful yet as an indie hacker, so you definitely shouldn't buy the course I'm not selling. What's his Twitter? Dude, we're gonna invite so many fucking haters so quick. It's gonna suck. This is gonna be really shitty. Do we think people are actually going to get the nuance, or are they going to think I'm shilling Mark Livion? Mark Livion is a fantastic name, dude. Is it rage bait? No, his entire shtick should be rage bait, technically. Tagging him is wild. Yeah, no, we're inviting way too much bullshit into the stream and otherwise. Let me put it this way. I bet Levels.io fucking hates that dude. I bet Levels.io actually fucking hates Mark Luvion. I'm not speaking for Levels.io. I haven't heard anything against it or otherwise. But oh my god, he seems like such a fucking charlatan, and Levels.io is a dude that believes in results. Like, I'd bet money on it, but I don't have any info to know otherwise. But I would bet money that Levels.io fucking hates Mark Luvion. I could be wrong, and dude, I'm not gonna look at these tweets. Dude, tagging Mark Luvion was wild. I probably fucked up. Dude, it's gonna be bad. This is gonna be so bad. Alright, unplug. Those were your notifications, so. Alright, they're not bad yet. It's what Saturdays are for, okay? Come on. So Voha, I get that. I appreciate that. And you can do the unban request, right? I see your comment over on YouTube. You could be unbanned, but when I ask you for clarification for an ambiguous, like a really ambiguous comment, maybe give us the context. I will happily unban you if you were being sincere. Your comment on YouTube does betray that, like, maybe you're not a bot. Could you give us any other information about the thing that you said that you were trying to, like, rage bait with? That'd be better. So yes, we see you, Voha, over on YouTube. I get it. You can be unbanned on Twitch. But when you make a hyperbolic comment, when you are asked for justification for that comment, maybe share that justification. Your silence is a problem. No, and I get it, Code Girl. Code Girl. Are you not aware? I ban more people than the Primogen. I ban more people. Well, I don't ban more people than Thor because I don't have enough viewers to ban more people than Thor. But percentage-wise, I probably ban more people than Thor. No, I don't think so. No, that dude bans way more people. I couldn't justify that. No, I get it, Code Girl, right? Like, ban everyone, no regret. Like, yeah, Nightshade dude doesn't even have to ban people in my channel because I do it before he can even do so. Because I ban a shitload of people because I want to have a stream I like interacting with. Fuck me, right? I don't expect anything of my mods. I am typically the first one to ban someone, the first one to time someone out. And let me just be that person. I'm okay with that. I expect nothing of my mods other than being the example of good chatting. And the one mod I've banned in the past couple months, the one mod I've banned in the past, let's say, year, they got banned because they didn't understand that they don't need to do anything. They just need to serve as the example of being cool. And they were not cool. There you go, Stack Overchill. Like, we do our thing. Voha still doesn't give us any justification. I get it, Voha. I see you over on YouTube. If you want to come back to stream, just simply say what you meant and justify your actions in some way, or just apologize properly as well. Either way goes. We'll happily welcome you back. Welcome you back. sorry, words. But come on, man. Like, sure, I'm drinking whiskey, but I'm the same person with whiskey versus without. I think they're messing with me, maybe, but I'm giving them the chance, Maniac. Some people just deserve a chance. Some people just deserve a chance, you know? I'd rather give someone more chances than they deserve, just in case. Which is why, if I ban you, the unban, like, system is absolutely valid, and you could get unbanned, but don't double down on your bullshit. Yeah, it's just mud right now. Yeah. It's just other bullshit. It's fine. We can start ignoring them. I gave them a chance, and we can figure it out. Yeah, I just think they're just trolling over on YouTube now. But I can just ignore them. I think I just scratched my brain. Whew, that was amazing. Yeah, I still think it's just the same bot. So yeah, Voha, I don't know, man. I'll give you another, like, couple messages of spam before I just ban you on YouTube, too. I like to think I'm reasonable, but it's up to you. Yeah, have a good night there, Maniac. We'll see you tomorrow, man. And real quick, hold on. I don't normally do this, but Maniac is a good member of the stream. He's awesome. If you enjoy a bunch of, like, Go programming and, like, boot.dev stuff, like, they've been doing that on their channel. They operate on, I believe, like, an Indian time schedule. So if you're in India, or it's, like, more approachable for you, like here in the US, it's not that approachable. But if you're on their time zone in any way whatsoever, like able to approach that time zone, check out Maniac stream. Like, he's a good dude. He's a very, very big supporter of stream. And he didn't ask for this, but I'm giving it to him anyway. Y'all should go follow Maniac, for sure. If you're up late here in, like, the US, you might catch his stream. And he's way too proud to ever ask for this. But I think he deserves it, because he's a good dude. You see that, though? Hand-eye coordination, beverage goes above the mouth, and I get that last drop. Nailed it. No spillage. Anyway, let's keep doing our thing. Yeah, Speakeasy seems cool. Other stuff seems cool. Let's actually keep building out this feature, and we want to build out this dialogue for what we're doing. Let me get more music going. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, we got a lot of music to listen to in the meantime. Damn, this album's so crunchy. That's what she said. Hey-o! No big deal there. Stack over chill. That's what she said. Did she say it down by the seashore? That's what she said down while talking about seashells down by the seashore. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, obviously. No big deal. What up, Glauber? Mr. Sir. Yeah, now we're having a good day. We're hanging out. We're about... I want to say like an hour away from ordering some Indian food because I'm not cooking tonight because I got the fantasy football league thing going. I will say I think we got 2 AFKs in our channel, like in the fantasy football league, and I might kick them. All right, so shit. I was hoping to just kick one person, but it seems like we might have 2 AFKs in our league. You know, and that's kind of a bummer. But I'd rather kick them now than have them just like bogart a bunch of really good players without them ever responding. The only sport that you used to practice was volleyball, but you don't watch games. Yeah, I mean, no one's doing a fantasy volleyball league. I don't think that exists. All right, so back to this. Let's start populating this. All right, so we're in dialogue content. What we want to do... The main sport of planet Earth is soccer, and USA secretly knows it. I don't care. That's not what we're talking about. So, like, dude, Condi, like, just please understand what we're actually talking about. It's not a conversation I want to have, dude. Either you play the game or don't. But don't talk shit. Come on, man. Hold on. Who thinks I should actually apply to this, like, who's who in America thing. It seems like bullshit. It seems like spam. They're just fully collecting some bullshit. It's some LinkedIn bullshit. Yeah, I'm gonna say nah. It's a big nah. Whoa! Code Warrior? Thank you, but why the bits, dude? Oh, it's a scam? They tried it on her a few years ago? Alright, thank you. Yeah, it seems like a scam. It seems like a major scam. Thank you, Four Wheel. I appreciate that. Like, nah, they just... The fact that they spent some money to, like, send me the thing seems a little better, but no, it's like, it's bullshit. So, thank you. Ah, Naughty Knitter, you're the best. You can just say stuff. You can chat here, too. But I appreciate you. Naughty Knitter, Four Wheel, etc. Thank you. But Code Warrior, just because? Really? All right, man. I get it, but I want better reasons just to know. Like, just because doesn't work in my brain. Because I don't deserve it for a just because. We have known each other a long time. If that's the only justification, I'll take it. But just because doesn't work in my brain. Oh, that sounds about right. That makes sense. All right. Thank you, Four Wheel. Thank you, Naughty Knitter. So they can wipe me out. Yeah, sure. So then Code Warrior. Like, I teach? Barely. I explain? Yeah. I'm down to earth and would work well with your way of coding. Well, I'll take that too. All right. The only thing I question is the teaching thing. I'm not teaching shit. Like, dude, I'm not teaching anything. Hell no, dude. Hell no. Hell no, I'm not a teacher. No, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I'm just a dude that does stuff. And I'll take that title. That's it. No, I'm not teaching fuck nothing. Hell no. I'm not teaching nobody. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I do stuff. There you go. I'll take I do stuff for 1,000. Thank you. I appreciate that. Think. Code Girl schools you on the daily. I mean, yeah, Code Girl's really good at what they fucking do. If Code Girl wanted to actually teach a class, I wouldn't push back on it. Better than fucking Mark Liu. Shit. Better than fucking Mark Liu. Exactly, Code Girl. No. Because you have a conscience. You actually have a fucking conscience. You wouldn't charge anybody for this shit, because you shouldn't. Yeah, fuck Mark Luvion. Like, what a fucking dickhead, dude, you know? He's not successful with what he's doing, so he's gonna pay someone, like, he's gonna make you pay him to teach you how to be unsuccessful too? No. Just no. Like, what a fucking dickhead. No one should pay for his course. Because he's not even successful in his own right. It's like the worst of the worst, man. I haven't had Levels.io confirm or deny any of the shit, but I would bet money that Levels.io considers that dude a charlatan. I'd bet money. Like, I would bet a small amount of money, but money on that. He's a fucking grifter. And my last name might sound like grifting, but it's griffing. It's a different thing. And no, I will not. I refuse. I will not do some Mark Luvion bullshit. I don't care how much money it could make me. No. Just no. That's some asshole shit. That's some asshole shit. Code Warrior, like, dude. They might be friends in real life. I get it, but I'd be willing to bet money that Levels.io thinks this dude's still a charlatan. I could be wrong. I could ask Levels. I could just ask Levels. I could just ask Levels. But I wouldn't be able to share that because I need his permission to share his opinion. So yes, I think instead I'd rather speculate about Levels' opinion about Mark. And I don't want to share anything that he would say in a privileged light. So even if I knew better, I wouldn't actually want to ask Levels. I can just speculate, and I'd rather speculate. That said, Lpol and everyone else here in chat, like, Levels has actually been here in chat. He's a really good fucking dude. I connected him with Rox. Like, Rox Codes and Levels are legitimate friends, technically, because I helped connect them. They would have done it anyway, right? Yeah, Rox is awesome. Rox is the man. I'm a huge fan of Rox. For sure, Code Girl. I'm a huge fan of Rox. He's such a legitimate dude. Yeah, you hung out with him and had a great time. Yes, Rox is such a legitimate human being. Yeah, big fan of Rox. Absolutely. And he's a huge fan of Levels. And somehow Levels watched my stream before he even knew about Rox. Rox and Levels became actual friends. I'd love to hang out with Levels in person at some point. I feel like, I've said some shit that would prevent that in some way, because he may have taken offense to the way I phrased it, and I still think about how I phrased it, and I was wrong. And, he knows, or maybe he's totally forgotten, but he knows. He's become a bit rich and a little too arrogant, kind of like a Joe Rogan. I could see that. I could understand it. I totally understand that mentality there, Lpol. He's elevated himself to a level, right? Levels.io, to a level, right? Come on. Pun intended. Where, he will get criticized for everything. I think what he did with that airplane sim and some of that shit is actually really fucking cool and magical. But what he did actually exemplified a lot of the stuff we talk about with vibe coding and some of that shit. It's going to hit a limit of the context you have. And yeah, some of the problems he had with that vibe coding fucking sucked. Dude, everything was bad about it, Yeah, I think that maybe is part of it there, Condi. Like he's a rock star now, and he's beyond caring about economical concerns, and he's just like he's post economic in the same way that fucking Matt Mullenweg said he was post economic. But I would say that Levels is at least clear headed enough that he would never use that term himself, right? Levels is at least a good enough dude that he's not fucking Matt Mullenweg, you know? Yeah, Mullenweg is legitimately crazy at this point. Not like technifiably crazy, like not verifiably crazy. And the word crazy I'm using is not a legitimate diagnosis. We're just simply saying, in a colloquial manner, the shit Matt Mullenweg has done seems fucking crazy. Because I don't want to get sued because I can't defend against fucking Matt Mullenweg's lawyers. Like, come on, man. It is unbelievable behavior. It seems crazy to every average human being. And if I have to, I would defend that in court. We did it! Thanks, Reddit. All right, so 10 subs as like the goal that we had. Thank you all. Appreciate that. And yeah, Code Girl, I think you're going to TwitchCon, right? So yeah, we're gonna hang out. Fuck yeah, TwitchCon's the best. It's my favorite. It's really my favorite. It's a really good time to just meet the rest of the category in a cool way. You think Defy Us All will be there? Yeah, I would assume he'd be there, because why wouldn't he? And I'll buy him a whiskey. I'll buy you a whiskey too. Shit. Right? There's that like whiskey fucking bar where they got like 1,000 fucking whiskeys. I'll buy you whatever whiskey you want. At least one. With a cap of $20. I'm not made of money, you know? Shit. They get surrounded by yes men and get into this like rich and eccentric sphere. And in the end, they lose track of reality. I would say Levels is so far separated from that shit. Like, nah, dude. To put Levels in that same fucking vibe? Nah, man. I've reached out and asked Levels about things, right? He and I are like on at least a DM level. Maybe because of 3 or 4 years ago. Like, sure, time matters. But I can message Levels today and I would get a response. He is still where he's always been, as just a dude, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just privileged. And I'm recognizing my privilege. Sure. I still think Levels is just that dude. In so much less of a way than these other assholes that you lumped him in with. Right? Mullenweg, Rogan, DHH, and Musk. Oh my god, Levels is not even close to the fucking level of asshole as those guys. Are you kidding me? Nah, dude. Nah. Just big ol' no. I push back on that. Yeah, you don't have to agree with his takes. Yeah, you can disagree with him as a person. That's fine, dude. That is more than fine. But he's not at the level of like dissociating with modern society as these other assholes, right? Like that just paints him into the wrong fucking corner. He says he's rich like every 3 tweets. It's a bit disgusting. Yeah, maybe. I don't see those tweets. Like, my feed doesn't have those. Yeah, exactly. Shebapai. Like, dude, DHH and his opinions about on-prem and like anti-cloud shit is just separated from reality in such a way that, like, yeah, you shouldn't listen to that rhetoric whatsoever, right? So I get it there. I think, in general, I like Levels as a person, and I haven't seen anything too egregious. I don't think I'm muting Levels, so like I'm just not seeing those tweets. So maybe I'm missing that stuff. Like I don't think I mute Levels. Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, sometimes hot takes are just to fucking game the algorithm, you know? It's just publicity at that point. Like, I don't know, man. Don't judge people for trying to stay in the limelight. Could they do it in a better way on a better platform like Blue Sky? Maybe. But they're doing their bullshit on Twitter and they gotta fucking like game the algorithm. I think that's actually the biggest like anti-Twitter rhetoric we can think of. Like, why game the algorithm and just instead post good content, dude? Don't game the algorithm, just post good content. That's the biggest positive for Blue Sky versus like the shit of Twitter, you know? Just post good content. People will retweet it. People will do whatever they want with it. Yeah, dude, the Twitter shit, right? Gaming Twitter. Too many people think that that actually means that they're right, when instead, no, the algorithm is just promoting a thing that's kind of technically wrong. One second. Sorry there, Elpol, Mr. Sir. I'll copy it. Whatever. No, I get it. We're not looking to like majorly talk shit on a person. We'll look at it. Sure. Why not? Like, I don't know. What am I looking for? Oh, I could. Yes, because now he's rich. Sure. Like, you're looking for specifically the query of he's rich, right? I get it. Like, yes, he's rich. I don't know, man. This is such a weird, specific, like, hate train that you're trying to, like, get into that it's a little weird, dude. He hasn't posted an I'm rich thing. All right, so he doesn't need capital. He's already rich. Yeah, there's that. And then it's been the 21st. And then before that, it was May 11th. So, like, he's not posting it that much. It's a thing he's done within the past month, maybe. Yeah, I get that, Alpol, but, like, your hatred is actually framing what you're saying more so than, like, the person saying it. This is a you thing more than it's a him thing. Right? It does seem like you're just trying to drag someone. This seems like a you thing more than a him thing. Like, we can go look at it. We can go look at it. Right? Like, look at his actual posting. Just because you're hating doesn't mean that it's only the thing he posts. No, he's talking about humidity and some other shit. He's talking about other stuff. Like, he talks about way more than what you're trying to drag him for. That's a you thing. Yeah. Saying I'm rich is quite arrogant. You're not wrong. It is arrogant. But, like, come on, dude. You're trying to bring your own personal bullshit into, like, a fight that I'm not trying to have. I don't give a fuck, dude. It's not like it's a thing that he says every other tweet, right? You shouted out the I'm rich thing that was really one of maybe 10 tweets. It's like a 10% thing, but you're trying to drag him for it. Like, dude, Elpol, that's shitty on you, right? You're trying to like paint and hate on someone in a way that just sucks, dude. You're trying to bring your own personal hate to this chat. No thanks, man. No thank you. Be better. Keep your own fucking rhetoric, but why try and sway other people? That's the fucking problem. He doesn't tweet about that shit nearly as often as you were portraying. Right? Consider the amount of tweets he does versus the amount of tweets that you're talking shit about. And you're fucking up, man. Like, dude, your hate of levels is massively disproportionate. No, and I get that, Elpol. I understand that, and it's okay to have that opinion, but to try and sway us otherwise is kind of shitty, you know? You gotta know that, man. You gotta at least cop to that. It's a little shitty to try and, like, sway people otherwise, you know? You've got an opinion about this that you want other people to really have, too. When instead, you could just have that opinion. Who cares if other people believe it? But you're really trying to sway us that way. There's something there, man. Yes, I agree. He makes some shitty tweets. I disagreed with all of his fucking vibe coding shit too. And we saw where the vibe coding broke down. We've seen that. We've definitely seen that, and we recognize it. But what you've done is a little over the line. Right? Like, come on, man. It sounds a little bit like jealousy. I don't know, man. Like, there's that song from, like, a British rapper, Jealosy. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? All right, hold on. We're going to play this song. Fuck it. It's from, like, an early 2000s snowboard video, and it's a really good one. So yeah, just saying there, Elpol, you don't help your cause by doing other shit, right? Like, you could be more objective with your opinion. But it seems like your opinion is entirely subjective instead. And that's where you're fucking up, I think. You might have a really good point, but I still think you're fucking up. I don't know if this is the actual song. We might have to find the actual one. No, this is definitely not it. No, 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 no. What the fuck? Like, god damn it. Some other artist did some, like, jealousy bullshit. Thai snowboard video. Let's try that. I don't know, man. No, that's not it. What the fuck, dude? Nope, that's not it. How can we... Oh, hold on. Here we go. Why? All right, so it's a live version of the song I was thinking about. Can you feel it? Lousy. Now he's looking cooler. He must have used his medulla. Can you feel it? Now, it's fine, Alpole. It's a good song. Yeah, no worries, man. Whatever you got, it's fine. I'm not trying to judge you for it. You're not going to get banned for it. Like, it's a good opinion. It's sure. I just simply disagree because the person I know is very forthright. But I only know him because of stream, and yeah, that's where we diverge. Right? He's one of your inspirations to start coding back in 2015, but the person he became recently. It's like seeing your hero become the villain a bit. That's why you were a bit salty. And I understand that. I get it. And I have no idea what this other shit is. So yeah, we're skipping that. But I'm just saying, you know, like, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Right? Like, jealousy hits everyone. And I'm not saying you're specifically jealous, but at some point, human beings get jealous. I think your criticism with some of that shit is right. But there's a point where it just feels like hate. And you could do better about framing what you're saying versus just being hate. So I don't know, man. Totally up to you. It's okay. Damn, it tastes like there's like no lime in this. So do I need to go cut another lime? I should probably do another lime before we hop into, you know, fantasy football draft later tonight, and then, you know, Path of Exile streaming later tonight. So let me go do this. Let me go pour, or let me go slice more lime, and I'll be right back. Sorry, BRB. All right, so I got limes and I got enough water that we can call it good. So let me squeeze a lime into this whiskey because, yeah, we're having a Saturday that's just like that. It's a holiday weekend. Did you guys not know? It's a holiday weekend. It's a holiday weekend. And yeah, Elpol, like, honestly, like, you don't have to go, man. It's fine to disagree. The fact that you're actually leaving because you can't push some shit actually speaks against the points you were making. I hope you know that, right? Like, it actually makes us question everything you were saying because you don't want to hang out beyond the bullshit you were pushing. Like, that's actually a problem there, Elpol. You can have opinions. The moment you push them, be prepared to back them up. And it seems like you're not prepared to do so because you just left. So yeah, L-Pol's anti-levels rhetoric is actually called into question in a major way at this point. Like it's like they're off to another stream to shill anti-levels rhetoric because we reached the limit of how much we wanted to listen to that bullshit. It wasn't bullshit until they said they're out because they can't shill their shit anymore. Now every single thing they've said is suspect. But what's up, Dan? How bored are you, Dan? So yeah, X Factor, you've been celebrating the holiday weekend. The hard Arizona iced teas are actually pretty good. Yeah, I wish I had some iced tea I could start pouring in this. I actually have tea bags I could start adding to my whiskey, but they just soak up the whiskey instead of like adding flavor, you know? I'd have to like soak the tea bags elsewhere and then just pour the water into the whiskey, you know? Which we could do. We could make it a thing. Yeah, steep them first. Exactly. Yeah. Whiskey in the water and then steep it and then just pour the water in. But I don't want the tea bags soaking up my alcohol. How dare they? But yeah, you're probably right there. X Factor, that's the way to do it. For sure. Mm-hmm. I could just have a separate bag doing stuff. Can I just point out, I'm going to squeeze a second lime into this beverage because that last one sucked. You were very bored before joining stream. It's been a while. Yeah, damn right, Dan. Like, how bored are you that you finally came into stream? Damn, the rest of your life is that boring that you decided to watch a Twitch chat? And yes, I'm not trying to roast you because I benefit from that level of boredom, but oh man, that's a bummer. I get it. That's on you. Oh, hold on. Oh, God. Hold on. So, no. Twitter-wise. Oh, my God. What is all this shit? This is the wrong fucking account. God damn it. All right, I need to fucking quit whatever account that is, because that shit sucks. But... hold on. So, Trash Dev has this tweet. Like, oh my god, yeah, he just won, whatever, 8K or something. I have A reply I need to make from a photo. Oh, no, hold on. Wrong thing. God damn it. I need to add a photo of Trash Dev from, oh my god, like ages ago. Dude, what the fuck? Why am I not seeing this photo of Trash Dev? God damn it. I have this amazing photo of Trash Dev at like the Vegas TwitchCon. No, like I don't have any photos from the Vegas TwitchCon. Like I had one of, dude, it's on like another phone. I got to share that some way. But it's like Trash Dev sitting there at the fucking bullshit, smoking a cigarette, doing just like bullshit, like slop bullshit. And dude, for some reason, I don't have that photo right now. I'm a little bummed on that. That sucks. That actually sucks. All right. Anyway, so in this dialogue, what we want to do we got a form, and I don't think we need the billing form for it, but what we want to actually do is, all right, billing tiers. Yeah, we're not using the billing service, but that goes away. Yeah, the billing tiers that we're dealing with. Hold on. Are we actually like recording billing tiers? We are. All right, so we see the billing tiers available, and what we want to do is maybe... And yeah, Glabber, what is icky? Sorry, my bad. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. I should start ordering some food, because it'll be easily like a half hour to 45 minutes for the DoorDash that we want to do. And yeah, we got shit we want to do. Like, I get it. Yeah. I'm doing Indian food tonight because I don't want to cook and I need food on, like, you know, on a timeline. I really don't feel like cooking. So, garlic naan, butter chicken. The sounds I made... wait, what sounds? I mean, I can make all sorts of sounds, dude. Shit. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm basically the singer of Disturbed at that point, right? If I do the the right way, you know? Shit. So yeah. Butter chicken, extra hot, garlic naan. We order this thing right fucking now. I'm saving $8 on it, and yeah, if I order garlic naan or whatever... If I pay an extra $3, I get it delivered direct to me, not some other person in the middle. Yeah. Do we do that? I think we do that. So I place the order, and it could end sooner rather than later. I could have waited 20 more minutes. That's on me. But what we're seeing is when we click a brand or a team, we see the billing tiers, and we should see what billing tier they're at, and that should be activated. And we should denote that in the right way. But then it becomes a form in which we want to submit the form. And yeah, so a bunch of this stuff, we got work to do. And yeah, could I take a bong toke? And it's a different thing? Like, honestly, is it bong toke time? I know YouTube doesn't want me to take a bong toke live on stream. But I live in a legal state, so I could. Now, we'll just do that when we go live to the other channel. Right? Because we got the fantasy draft in like an hour and 20 minutes. Let's make what we're doing better. Let's do that. So yeah, the UI of this, right? We see tier name. We see all of that. It should actually be a radio. We should do the radio. Yeah, radio group. So we see this shit. We see tier.name and all that. And what the fuck? Dude. All this is broken. Hold on. Condi. What are you saying with the thing you just tried to link us? Like, Condi, why should you be allowed link privileges with a comment like that? Yeah, you're saying what the link is, but why is the link relevant to us? Why do I care? Why do I give a shit? Why did you post it? What does that have to do with anything we're talking about right now? Okay, I see. You redeemed a Stream Parrot emote for a thing, and the thing was, this is the image. Like, what GIF are you linking, or what image are you linking? Because, like, dude, it's not a direct link to an image. You're just, like, spamming some bullshit. And also, at some point, like, I just have to say, like, Mr. Situation, like, I don't fucking care. Why do I care? I mean, I can revoke your points and give them back to you. I'm just still questioning whether you're actually sincere in how you like view stream. You seem like a troll still. You still seem like a fucking troll, Condi. Yes, I can give you back your points, but Condi, you still seem like you're fucking trolling. Yeah, I understand you subbed, and what do I want? Like, I want you to be a proper human being. You can't buy permission to be a worse human being. Why do you think a sub allows you to be shitty? Why is that a thing that you think? I'm wondering why you think that should be a thing, right? Like, justify it. Explain it to us. Because I have no idea what the fuck Mr. Situation is. I have no fucking clue. Explain it. No, that's a shitty explanation, dude. Explain it. Explain the joke. Condi, I could just ban you right now. Like, you are not worth my effort as a streamer. As a viewer, you fucking suck, actually. It doesn't matter if I understand the reference, explain the reference. Even if I understood it, explain it. Say it out loud. Otherwise, no, I'm gonna ignore you, man. Like, dude, Condi, in general, we've had conflict. Your inability to explain some of the shit you do is a fucking problem. I've already pointed out that I think you are exactly a person I've banned previously. I've said this 1,000 times at this point. Like, dude, it seems like you're fucking trolling. Condi, you seem like another Denmark-based fucking troll that we've had a bunch of times. I'm not going to say whatever you do is legitimate, because no, you're not legitimate. Explain every single thing that you want us to actually, like, do on your behalf, because I think you're still trolling us. I think you're that same fucking person that's trolling me. And I forgot their fucking name, because they're not worth remembering, but I still think you are that same fucking troll trying to troll us. Without any other justification, you're still that same fucking troll, dude. And you know the troll I'm talking about because you're them. And if you're not, well, explain yourself. Say why I need to do whatever you're fucking doing. Condi, I am willing to bet actual real money in the world that you're that same fucking troll that's been banned multiple times. And I've given you the benefit of the doubt because you've been cool, at least marginally, until now. Condi, you're still suspect. Like, dude, you're still so fucking suspect. No, dude, you don't get a blind fucking license to publish random bullshit to our channel. Like, no. Definitely no. Come on, man. You know you're a suspect, and you're actually that person because you've never actually pushed back against these arguments, you know? I guarantee you're that same person. So no, you don't get to dictate anything because you're one of our previous trolls, and we know this, man. You were cool until this moment, but now I gotta call you up. You seemed cool until this fucking moment. There it is, right? Deny. You're out of here. I'm a fucking asshole because I'm calling you out for being the fucking troll that you've always been. Oh, fuck me, right? Every mod can see this shit. Every mod knows this dude is not worth listening to. It's fucking crazy. The type of people we deal with, man. It's fucking weird, dude. Yeah, Condi, fuck off. I don't need you. Okay, so you can just get banned, right? Yeah, fuck off, dude. We know you're that same troll I've been dealing with. And I put up with you for way too long. Fuck off, Condi. Fuck off, dude. Get fucked. We don't need you. You're just another, and technically I think the same, no-life individual that we've dealt with in years past. Fuck off, dude. Get out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye. But we'll see you again, won't we? Because you got nothing better to do. So fuck off, dude. He'll create a brand new account within the week. Because for some reason, he's enamored with me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I have no idea why someone would be this fucking hardcore about it. Yeah, Hunar, I get it. You're just now joining back. Hunar, I'm going to start judging you for that shit, too. Right? You, like, Hunar, You only chime back in at weird fucking times, man. So, Hunar on the YouTube. Come on, man. Be cool. When I'm calling out a fucking troll, do you need to actually, like, jump into that fucking context? You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Like, Hunar, you're fucking up by doing so. We deal with a bunch of trolls. There are too many fucking trolls on Twitch. They exist. And I have some really persistent trolls in general. Hunar, I understand. I get it. Yeah, Voha was already deemed a fucking troll. You don't have to opt into any of that shit. Hunar, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, Hunar, you seem cool, but you're already fucking up, dude. No, I'm calling out a regular on YouTube right now. Hunar, you're better than that. Don't allow the trolls I'm banning to occupy any thought that you have. Yes, I'm targeting you, Hunar, because your comments were shitty. And you're still continuing to be shitty. And I just think we might ban you on YouTube. Because what the fuck, dude? Yeah, don't give him the time. Like, dude, Hunar, you might just join some other day. Motherfucker. What I'm saying is, understand what you've done wrong and apologize for it. Like, I can just ban you and it's fine. I'm in a weird mood. I'm not in a weird mood. I'm dealing with trolls. All right, so that's it. Hunar, you're getting blocked. You're just getting blocked. It's all there is to it. Like, I don't need to deal with your shit. No, thank you. So, hide user on this channel. There we go. Problem solved. Problem fucking solved, dude. I don't understand why people choose to, like, battle on behalf of other people that they don't fucking know. It's so weird to me, man. Why would you stick up for someone that you don't fucking know? That I'm calling out as a troll. If I recognize them as a troll, why would you stick your neck out for a fucking person I've recognized as a troll? It's so weird, dude. Like, Hunar, come on, man. I don't even know how to unban you on YouTube. That's it. Like, you just get banned. You just get muted. Like, I'll never see your shit again. And I'm better for it. Like, Hunar, do not speak on behalf of the trolls, dude. Just don't do it. Why would you do that? Why stick your neck out for someone who is obviously trolling? It's so weird, dude. Don't blame the whiskey I got in my system. 3 bans in a day? It's not even close to a record when you consider, like, you know, Pirate Software. He bans 1,000 people a day. It's not even close to a record. Like, yeah, not even a thing, man. Some people just suck and they think they deserve to be a part of a stream. In my streams, no, I've banned way more than that. Way more than that within a single day. For sure, dude. Now, some people suck. Some people really fucking suck, man. Like, It's what we deal with by streaming 5 days a week. Fuck me, right? How dare I? Why would I do such a thing? Because I just want to do this stuff. And yet, the people suck. It's up to them, man. Whatever. Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing that there, Stack Overchill. And Code Warrior, I get it. I don't think you were doing that on purpose, Code Warrior, but you know what? Is what it is. Touche. Yeah, that's crazy, man. The fact that Hunar went off the rails. Yeah, that seems like a fucking troll. Yeah, AC. Yeah, you're definitely trolling, right? Yeah, Code Warrior. Like, every streamer deals with the same shit, right? People that just suck to talk to, dude. It's so weird that it's a thing, you know? Like, how do people suck this much? It's weird, man. I don't get it. It's really weird. Not really. Hold on. So, like, yeah, troll that I thought was trolling. What do you mean? Yeah, it's definitely a troll. Yeah, damn right, Dan is bored. What do you mean, AC? Explain yourself. Yeah, exactly. They're Code Warrior. AI is replacing programmers. It's over. It's cooked. GG. Yeah, said someone who doesn't actually write software. I think you're bullshitting us and you're trolling for sure. Now, we can just ban a troll. That's easy. That's the easiest thing we've ever done. We'll give them a chance to, like, redeem their shitty comment. What do you actually think AI is solving, AC? I just think you're bullshitting us. I'm going to give you at least the benefit of the doubt to make your point. Yeah, like, nobody here actually believes that. Like, you're taking the bait by even engaging this person. I'm going to give them one chance. Now, we get a shitload of them. They're Stack Overchill. I'm an asshole. I engage people in a negative way. I'm a, like, really combative chatter. I call people out. I fully do that. If you're not aware of it, yeah, dude, I will call someone out just so I don't have to listen to them again. I get it. Yeah, Sack Overchill and Kenny and all, like, everyone. Like, let's just let another person cook themselves, right? Like, you don't need to opt into, like, my rhetoric. So then AC, they don't even know. They're just learning how to code, and AI can do everything they're trying to learn. What's the point? Yeah, I mean, you can keep sucking at what you do, and AI will solve that. Like, dude, AC, yeah, you're saying that AI will solve your beginner perspective of software dev. Yeah, AI will solve that. You know what you can do? Be better. But I think you're already resigned to being shitty, so like you can just keep being shitty. You can continue to suck, and AI will take your job. Or you can be good and get good and do other shit. But AI will take the job of the people that don't want to put in any fucking effort. And yeah, I think that's what you are. You are just literally a person that doesn't want to put in any fucking effort. And yes, AI will take your job. But AI will not take the job of someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. So yes, I look forward to not having to deal with a bunch of juniors like you that suck. Meanwhile, the juniors that are better know better. AC, yes, your job is taken because you think your job is taken because you don't want to put in the effort. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you're just trolling. No, you admitted to being a junior. You said you were a junior. Yeah, just fuck off, dude. Fucking trolls, man. Dude, the trolls are so weird these days. Right? They'll create an account in 2016 and then wait to troll someone until 10 years later. It's so fucking weird. Yeah, they don't even know what they're calling out. Like, they could have, like, spammed it. Editor.tsx, in which repo? Like, what are they even talking about? Like, yeah, I don't know. They don't matter. They really don't. But I do need to go do other stuff. Oh, shit. Oh, the food I'm getting delivered. Where do we even go raid? We go raid the Commoner. All right, so I gotta do this like right now. My food's being delivered. Yeah, trolls work really hard to deliver like a really mediocre product. So yeah, let's go raid the Commoner. Cheers.